Sure thing. You should be live now.
Mr. Hildebrand.
Start on 4 eyes.
Texting to his agent.
Somebody take them?
Oh, can I get your autograph later? Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'd like to call the work session to order. First thing on the agenda is the discussion of SUP 20-05, Redfish Solar. Mr. Bordes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As you'll recall, at a recent meeting, this matter was discussed. The solar development has proceeded through the normal SUP process and come through the Planning Commission and is ready to be considered by the Board of Supervisors. So the next step would typically be a public hearing. However, we had some discussion about the opportunities presented by recent changes to legislation that would allow for a siting agreement and consideration of some other factors to mitigate the impact of solar development. So the board had interest in setting a work session to consider those matters. So contact was made with the applicant, and after some discussion, it was made clear to us that the scale of this development does fall below the legal threshold set by the General Assembly for siting agreements and revenue. So this development is not subject to that process of a siting agreement and revenue. We did have a meeting with the applicant, and we learned quite a bit about this project. It is a smaller scale project, and they have taken a number of steps to mitigate the impacts. And so rather than have a discussion today about a siting agreement and revenue, this is more of an opportunity for the board to look over the application and perhaps ask questions of the applicant and suggest any other mitigation items you might think would be appropriate. And then if we feel like we've got a good understanding of this application, it would be right to move forward to a public hearing and consider it more formally. So with that, the applicant's representatives are here, and they've been very forthcoming to staff with their goals and objectives, and I'm sure they'll give you whatever kind of information you'd like to have about this project in this setting.
Do board members have anything to say to begin with, or would you all like to hear from the applicants?
Tell us what they're trying to accomplish.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Voorhees. How are you all? My name is Jeff Matron with EDF Renewables. I am the project developer for the Redfish Solar project. The Redfish Solar is a wholly owned entity of EDF Renewables. We're the applicant for the project. What we're proposing is a 4.9 megawatt alternating current facility off of Catharpin Road in Orange County. I'm joined here by our Vice President of Strategic Development, Miles Burnshead, Mr. James Wright with the Old Dominion Electric Cooperative, and our environmental consultant, Chris Wu with ECT. And again, in 2019, Old Dominion Electric Cooperative, EDF Renewables, announced a partnership where we'd be developing about 30 megawatts of distributed solar projects throughout their service territory in Virginia, Delaware, and Maryland. This particular project, Redfish Solar, will serve the Rappahannock Electric Cooperative in the surrounding area of the Pate substation. So that's what we're proposing. I don't know if you have any further questions. Again, we're up here to answer any questions you may have. So.
One thing you might, we have over time had been approached by several different project developers for solar projects, and in our discussions last week, I think it's important for you to point out that this is a project that particularly the partners that are involved with it through your organization and the generating co-op, that puts a sort of a different packaging and characterization for the project than some of the others. This is really not in the speculative range as some projects are. You might, any of you that wish to address it might talk about that, because I think that differentiation is important for the board.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And if you notice, I left you all a folder with some supplemental materials in it. You'll find a site plan, a graphic showing how distributed solar works, and some press releases both from ODEC and some cost savings that were the cost savings analysis that was done by Rappahannock this past year. But to speak to what you were saying, Mr. White, we agreed with ODEC to develop these projects where ODEC will be the end user of the power for these projects and supply those to the local cooperatives. In this case, it's Rappahannock Electric Cooperative. So the power that this facility will produce will be purchased by ODEC to supply Rappahannock and the surrounding members in that area around the paid substation. So the end user, it's local end users in Orange County that will be, this electricity will be provided to.
And as I understand, your plan is to not only develop the project, but to construct and operate.
Correct. We're developing the project, we'll build the project, and we'll ultimately operate the project once it's in the ground.
Just to elaborate on the co-op relationship. So my name is James Wright. I'm with ODEC. ODEC is a generation co-op that's owned by Rappahannock and 10 other co-ops. There's one in Delaware, one in Maryland, 9 in Virginia. My role within ODEC is to find low-cost power supply for Rappahannock and all the other members. We've heard from the members an interest in green energy and the technology there, and we rack our brains all the time about how can we do this but still offer low rates. This was a unique opportunity where we found only about 10 to 15 locations throughout the members' territories that were a good fit for a project that could be sited right near one of the member substations and just serve that local area. And there are economic benefits to being sited where there's enough customer demand to use that to keep the costs low to Rappahannock. We avoid some of the transmission costs that they would be paying to Dominion and some other costs by serving it locally. So this was an opportunity that presented itself. ODEC went out and looked for a good partner to help us develop these projects, and after working through that process, selected EDF to partner with us. They've got a lot of experience in this area and in renewables in general, and seemed like a good fit. They've been working with us for a variety of projects. This is the only one right around here, but other places in Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia, we're pursuing other projects.
And as I understand it, the way you're going to use this project is to benefit from its ability to match at least the summertime, maybe even the wintertime peak demand. You're not trying to do battery storage or anything like that at this point.
We're not yet, so we continue to kind of have an open dialogue about the potential for battery storage, and it's definitely a technology of interest, both from the member perspective and from ODEC. Rappahannock is actually already doing a pilot project for a battery system, and ODEC is doing 5 for the member collective, and probably plans for more. But we're really trying to learn about the technology, and it's not exactly a perfect fit for this partnership. This partnership was more about getting local solar for the members. If an opportunity for storage presents itself that makes sense down the road, we may pursue that separately, but right now we're not looking at that here.
Why did you settle on 4.9 megawatts and why not a larger project?
So when we issued our RFP, we were really targeting the I think 2 to 5 megawatt scale range. So we have about 250 substations where members have a whole area that's kind of fed by that substation. many of them don't have enough customer use or demand to support even a 1 megawatt project. There's really only a handful that fit this particular kind of size range. There's also kind of a higher, there's at least a longer process involved with the state for doing over 5 megawatt projects. And so we were really looking at this as the size fit being in the 2 to 5 megawatt range. This particular substation was more on the high end of that spectrum. And it just kind of fit for matching up the size of the facility to cover, at least during the hours that the sun's up, the bulk of the demand for that area.
But later, if you decide, well, this is working out really well, we'd like to expand on it, is that a consideration also?
It's not something we're considering. I mean, I can't say never, but at the same time, looking at the demand for the Pates substation, I don't think there's much expansion potential.
These systems operate at max output with other sources being compensating for the variability of demand.
Yeah, so they operate when the sun's hitting them.
But basically, they're just full power, whatever they can generate, and other systems will scale back or increase as necessary to meet demand.
That's correct. If the facility is directed to curtail or reduce load, I think that we have capability to make it not generate when it would be generating, but it's not necessarily going to follow or respond to tracking
Other
power use.
parts of the system.
Other parts of the system, which we have a lot more experience and a lot more resources already at our disposal to do, would cover that. We've got a portfolio of nuclear, coal, natural gas, wind, and now solar. We're getting into battery storage. So many of those technologies do that work where you turn them on, turn them off in order to
Well, it's
match
not all that different from nuclear, where you just go to one power and stay there.
Correct. The difference is that it can't necessarily stay there. It's intermittent. You get what you get.
Okay. Ted, what is the limit on the Port B siting agreement? What is it?
5 megawatts this year.
I think we have our answer to why 4.9 is just. And there's a limit on how much cash can be deposited in the bank without it being reported to the federal government. It's 10,000. The federal government gets really angry if you make a bunch of $9,000 deposits. And that's kind of how I feel about your 4.9.
So
It was done to circumvent the siting agreement.
No, not necessarily. I mean, we.
I'm sorry.
There's more to it than that. We need to take into account the amount, the facility.
I'm not saying it wasn't a good business decision for you, but it's just like, it's pretty obvious why 4.9. You got as big a one as you could get without having to go to a siting agreement.
there's a real bound where I think if you're looking at doing 5 megawatts versus 6 and the economics steer you towards 5, it's not like we picked 4.9 instead of 12. There isn't the potential for more than a mid-single digit.
If you go above that, do you then run into different issues with transmission outside of the?
That's right. So,
Well, the comparison would not be 4.9 to 12, it would be 4.9 to 5.1.
Yeah, the actual big difference is not the siting agreement, it's the permitting process itself. You got the permitting process itself. So if you hit 5 megawatts, you actually have to go through a state mandated permitting process called the permit by rule process. So many of the bigger projects that have been proposed to you guys have to go through that. So they get special use permit, and then they have a whole host of other state reviews. That's actually the real reason, other than the load, that we decided to site less than 5, because it adds a year to the development process. And for a small project, going up that 0.1, that year costs us more money. So it's actually less about the siting agreement and more about the time to get the project off the ground.
I'd also like to add to the siting agreement, came out after this project had already kicked
That's
off.
true.
So I think it came out last July, I want to say, and we were full speed ahead on these projects.
We had a part of our conversation last week, was it last week? Seems like last week. We talked about several phases of the project and dealing with the issues of each of those phases. We've all had experience with the construction phase, especially as it involves transportation issues and condition of roads and these kind of things. Then you get to live with it for 20 or 30 years or whatever it is, and then there's decommissioning. So you might speak a little bit about to your sort of approach to mitigating the impacts in those various phases, particularly the initial construction phase, because there's impact on roadways and the community and the like. And you're aware of those impacts, and I think it'd be good for the board to get some sense of how you propose to react to those.
Yeah, absolutely, thank you. So we've been through the planning commission thus far, and we've agreed at this point to defer to VDOT, and the project will take full responsibility for any damage to the roadways. We'll come up with a traffic plan as VDOT seems fit, and ultimately, I think it's one of the conditions that will be coming out with the planning commission report. We've agreed to a decommissioning plan with a 10% additional fees to be serviced, I believe, every 5 years, renewed every 5 years. So we're taking all these into consideration already through the planning commission process.
You made another comment about you didn't see a lot of materials being either brought in or taken away from the site, meaning truck traffic and these kind of things.
Yeah,
Other than obviously the arrays and the system itself, but I mean, in terms of site prep kinds of things.
So yeah, I think that the first 2 weeks of the project will be the busiest, and I don't think you would see any more than 7 to 8 trucks a day. Once we get a little closer to the planning phase and finalizing our designs through the site plan process, we'll have a clearer schedule of what they will actually be. But there shouldn't be anywhere between 30 to 40 trucks, I think, for the overall project. I think the last assessment of projects the size that our engineering team had done. And I think that would primarily, those would be the first 2 weeks of the project. They would be setting up the project for the truck traffic.
You say 30 to 40 trucks. These 30 to 40 trucks, what are they hauling?
The panels, the posts, racking systems.
What about gravel to prep the site?
There would be gravel for the access road.
Okay, well, just so you know, those are trucks and they make a lot of trips.
What's your extent of construction as far as moving dirt?
We shouldn't be moving any dirt for this project.
Dirt?
No.
You use whatever the topography is?
Yeah, we use the existing topography of the land. We just, we plant the post directly into the ground as is. And then we mount the racking system directly on this post and raise on top of this racking system.
When you look at a project like this, how much of the capital costs are in the panels themselves, and how much of it in the rest of the preparation, site prep, putting in other structures to hold the panels?
Are you the difference between the panels and the post?
Well, I'm saying you've got to put the posts in, you've got to do a whole bunch of work, plus all the, through the process in the county. There's a whole range of things. What I'm sort of focused on is there any experience with people reaching end of life of the panels, and instead of shutting the system down, just replacing the panels?
I don't think we're at that point yet.
No, none of that.
Industry.
So that's why I was asking the relative capital cost.
Well, I think when the decommissioning plan will establish the salvage value of the project. So the project will have a salvage value to it. So in other words, and as I don't know, you may be aware of the cost of steel now. So once at the end of the life of the project, we will be removing the panels, and you can either sell those overseas to be repurposed, reused, recycled, And along with the other materials, the steel posts, obviously, we'd be removing those from the ground and recycling.
What I'm asking is, why would you decommission it if you just put new panels on and you continue to operate as a power source?
Yeah, and that's a fair question. So the panels themselves will cost roughly a quarter of the overall install cost currently. It used to be much higher, but it's all tremendously. The biggest thing keeping us from repowering it would actually be the underlying agreements. So we have a deal with James to sell power for 25 years. We have to renegotiate that in order to move power or get special permissions through the PJM transmission system, Rappahannock and others to repower the project and sell power to somebody else. So it could happen, somebody could do it, but we don't have that today.
I mean, it just seems at that point, your capital costs are significantly less than your initial capital cost.
Yes, that's fair.
And therefore, would be something rather than decommissioning it.
There are significant tax benefits to building one of these.
Yes, in the first several years, yes.
Yes. If you were to, this is there and it lives out its life, and if you were to come in and put new panels on, would those significant tax benefits would they be there or?
Not currently. I mean, so the federal tax incentive will phase out in the next several years.
Okay.
Could come back. That's why I said not currently. Also, we have agreement with the landowner.
What height are your panels at?
At their peak would be 15 feet. So in other words.
Okay, what is the low point of your panels? The reason I'm asking is for vegetation purposes as well as wildlife.
I believe 6 feet, I believe. And keep in mind that the panels will be rotating throughout the day, tracking with the sun, so it's very.
What size is the panels?
About 6 feet, panels are about 6 by 3 typically.
6 by 3.
They're roughly the size of a door, roughly.
One post per panel.
I have one really curious question.
Is it, you do 4?
Oh, so the rows of panels are, I think, 54 as we proposed. Each of those rows will have about 4 posts. So it's 54 times 2, so it's actually 108 panels supported by roughly 4 posts.
For 4 posts.
Out of curiosity, how does this project preserve the rural open space character of the area? Because I'll be damned if when I travel down the road, I see solar panels, it sure doesn't look rural to me.
I mean, we're leaving the field as is. We're simply driving the posts into the ground, mounting the system on top of it.
Yeah, they're making great efforts in working with county staff to establish a vegetative screen such that, yeah.
I understand that, and you have to understand that county staff has a job to do. The 5 of us have an obligation to our constituents.
Certainly.
So we have to look at all points of it. And that is one of the biggest overall concerns that I've heard from even the people that like solar. It is anything except a rural setting. And are there any specific construction guidelines for the arrays at this point? Because I can tell you, you go through some and they look fairly level. Others, I'm telling you, it looks like a bunch of kindergartens took a Tinker Toy set and put it together. So these are some of the concerns.
Oh, understood. And we work closely with planning staff during the planning commission process. And you can see in the packet that I provided to you, there's some supplemental materials, and in the back of that, there's some photo simulations that we've done. And basically for this particular project, we agreed to maintain a 35-foot buffer along Catharpin Road.
What about the standards for the construction of the arrays? That was my question.
The arrays will be, everything will have to get vetted by both the county as well as the state. Everything will be designed in accordance with Virginia Stormwater Management Program requirements. And so if there's anything more stringent at the county level, that it will be addressed as well. But yes, everything, this is, step two of multiple steps that need to be taken before this project can actually be constructed. So the onus doesn't necessarily fall on this committee right here, it would fall on engineers evaluating the stormwater practices and B&Bs.
Yeah, and speaking to the rural nature, I mean, I'm local, I live in Albemarle County, and I have a farm. And I can agree with some of your concerns, rural, and as a solar developer who's been doing this for decades, I fight this battle internally myself. What I try to look at as far as the rural aspect, and some of these things EDF does and some others don't. So we use an agricultural cell fence, we don't use a chain link fence. So that actually makes it look more like it was supposed to be there. We plant grasses under the entire array footprint. That is more common today, but if you roll back the clock 6 years, they would just tear up the site and put gravel on it. The facilities are basically unmanned. They have gravel driveways. So it does keep some of, I mean, I hate to use the term solar farm, but it is farming the sun. It's like planting a field of glass out there. I mean, I know that's not exactly what farmers want to hear, but there are some connections to that. When you see folks out there, you're gonna see a guy in an F-150 going and checking stuff. You're gonna see a tractor bush hogging and mowing quarterly. You're not gonna see a lot more than that. So it does, in many respects, kind of sit with the nature, minus the obvious aspect that's glass and steel.
It appears from your photographs that there are only a couple of sites that you, if you knew exactly where to look, you might see at a certain time of the day, at least you might see the top of an array or two, but not continuously. I think, you know, it's not perfectly screened. I don't want to suggest that, but it's not the kind of thing that a visitor would drive by and hit the brakes and say, "Oh my God, what the heck is that?" Probably would go unnoticed by most. If you mentioned stormwater, can you describe a little bit what you think you're going to be having to do stormwater-wise there? I know you're trying not to disturb a lot of the site. Is the natural drainage going to take care of most of the requirements, or what do you see as you'll know more once you get into the details, but.
Sure, I mean, right now it's a bit premature, we haven't really broken it down and gotten into the engineering of it. You know, we've gone through a number of these, some with some secret topography, and, you know, right now, working with the state and the other counties, we're not finding really much in the way of anything but a temporary best management practice during construction phase. We're demonstrating that because this is such a passive use, you know, we're driving posts in the ground, there's no grading, minimal, there's, you know, except for the road, no increase in impervious cover outside of some substation pads. So, you know, in terms of, you know, I guess for starters, it's minimal disturbance. And so when it comes to stormwater, you look at your pre and your post construction conditions. Frankly, what we're finding is solar is actually, from a water quality perspective, an improvement, typically when it comes to a heavily used ag field. Lots of pesticides, a lot of fertilizers. That input's not gonna really be there outside of the growing season for the grasses and establishing that. So, you know, from a stormwater perspective, we're actually showing generally an improvement in terms of quality and quantity. But again, you know, if there is an issue, you know, I mean, I can't speak for it right now because we just don't know, but certainly we can't get it approved without the appropriate measures in place.
And there are a couple of natural wetlands, I think, is that.
Yes, there are.
I don't have what the scale is, but there.
Yeah, there's two stream wetland features, one right in the middle, one to the east, and all of which will be avoided and buffered as well.
How much impervious surface do you create in terms of a percentage?
I mean, I don't know the exact, but 30 to 50 acres roughly in terms of what's the length?
It's about 35
35
acres. The project will be about 35 acres.
And so,
There's a driveway that's
Yeah,
14
driveway.
feet wide by 200 feet, so
Okay.
roughly. So,
then some equipment, some transformer pads.
Yeah. with two concrete pads, probably.
So this is right next door to Mike Mayo's turkey barn.
Correct.
Mike Mills, the landowner,
He's the landowner.
so we basically pay him a lease.
This is directly next to that.
Well, it's set off from the turkey barn, and that'll be screened from the turkey barn as well.
We want the turkeys to see.
There's a joke about turkey sunglasses.
Yes.
If you don't mind me following up with one question about the, not question, but one more comment about the preservation of the agricultural field for this community. And, you know, there's the visual aspect, of course, and Miles, I think, did a great job of addressing that, but there's the actual, I think, environmental protection aspect of this as well. You know, this is a minimal disturbance type of project. At the end of the project life, should they decide to not, you know, re-up with ODEC or some other mechanism, they can just put those posts right at the ground, return that site very easily to its natural state. So,
That includes the minerals and everything that's in the ground prior to construction of this?
I'm not sure I follow, I'm sorry.
Well, you're putting steel
Oh.
into the ground.
Mhm.
You're going to pull a lot of things out of the soil, and you're also going to leach out things into the soil.
So the leaching, I can't speak to the pulling out of the soil, but the leaching, and this is, and I guess, so we've heard this before. And so the way these seal posts are, you know, they're coated in zinc because it's anti-corrosive. The zinc coating itself is inert, so it's going to prevent that leaching. Other than that, there's really no other threat from it. The panels themselves, there's no liquid in there. There's nothing in those panels that could, you know, leak, break down unless it was completely pulverized into a dust, water poured over it, and then, you know, letting that seep into the ground. Other than that, you're not going to have any sort of seepage issues or groundwater contamination.
I'd like to have some of those walls.
Ones I've always used, they definitely have some corrosion stuff going on.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any other? Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So, Mr. Chairman, whatever the board's wishes as far as scheduling a public hearing, we'll take your direction. Set that tonight or come back at a future time?
I guess I have a question, maybe it's a question to Josh. In terms of the application, do you have what you consider as the final set of agreements and the application and so forth, or are there changes being made as a result of the planning commission, or where are you in from a processing standpoint?
Sure. So, Mr. White, we do have a complete updated list of proper conditions and exhibits that will be forwarded from the planning commission with the resolution to the board. The exhibit that changed, in addition to the proper conditions that were changed, reflected some off-site screening further into Mayo property toward the turkey houses along Clarkwood Road. And so that was really the last thing that was updated in the proper conditions and the community. So we have everything that was discussed at the planning commission that was, discussed on the floor of the planning commission as a change from what had been advertised.
It sounds like it's ready to be considered.
Schedule.
Yeah.
Schedule.
Okay. Might as well. Sounds like it's ready. We'll do that as a calendar item in our next session.
Yes, that's fine. That'll work for everybody. Yay, nay?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, very good. Take care of that.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Next is the proposed amendment to the zoning ordinance regarding accessory dwellings.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, boardies. Provided a memo in the advance reading materials for the work session. Just wanted to go through that a little bit. This does present further information from your work session on June 13th. So just to refresh on those, first paragraph after that, we are proposing 2 new definitions to the zoning code. The first would be accessory dwelling unit, and this would normalize really with some of the national standards for what are considered accessory dwelling units. But it would also add the tenant housing that especially Marshall brought up, and we've addressed that. So we believe that it does speak to the interest in building second dwellings that have a greater square footage than is presently allowed in the county under the term of accessory apartment. And I'll speak more to accessory apartments when I go through the rest. But it also recognizes that tenant housing on agricultural land is consistent with the character of Orange County as it exists today and as it's planned and envisioned by the adopted comprehensive plan. So we think that's a good change. Currently, accessory apartments is permitted use in the agricultural and residential districts, which I've listed there, the R1, R2, R3, R4, and R5 districts. However, the definition of accessory apartment is very limited. And so I've explained, how that can be an independent standalone dwelling unit, which most people would not consider an apartment, because most people consider apartments multifamily buildings with a range of dwelling units inside of them, or some sort of garage apartment or basement apartment inside of a structure, but not as it's described in our code as independent standalone. So the concepts that we presented were the addition of accessory dwelling unit as a new use, same districts where accessory accessory apartments are permitted, adding tenant housing as a new use in the agricultural district only. And I can speak to the issue of the limited residential district that we have, R1, which is a low density district that is similar in many ways to the agricultural district. Not changing anything with accessory apartments. We think the use is defined and appropriate to continue given people's plans and maybe investment-backed expectations that they've made based on that term. So I just want to, again, emphasize that accessory buildings are a customary aspect of agricultural and rural residential areas in Orange County and other parts of the Piedmont region. And we would expect residential development with traditional design, which goes all the way through our very densely populated R5 district. The current code prohibits the development of detached, independent, standalone dwelling units containing more than 800 square feet. So that's our max. So we propose adding a dwelling unit accessory as a new use in those same districts. And I'm going to read that definition. Dwelling unit accessory, a dwelling unit for use as a complete, independent living facility located on the same lot as a principal detached single-family dwelling unit, which is a defined term in the code. The accessory dwelling unit is auxiliary to and is always smaller than the principal dwelling unit. That's some qualifiers and conditions. We suggest some conditions for accessory dwelling units. Only one accessory dwelling unit or accessory apartment per lot or parcel. Accept multiple detached accessory dwelling units on bona fide farms, provided one occupant of each accessory dwelling unit is an employee of the property owner or the agricultural use of farm enterprise. And then the second condition for your consideration is no individual accessory dwelling units shall contain a greater floor area than the gross floor area of the principal dwelling unit on a lot, and shall be located to meet the district regulations for lot area, frontage, setbacks, and yards as if the accessory dwelling unit were developed as the principal dwelling unit on a lot. So I spoke to this last time. If you had a 10-acre piece of land, it would be 2 houses, each on either side of a 5-acre in the agricultural district. You go down to 4 acres if you want, with 2 dwellings on as small as 2 acres. As long as they met the frontage and the setback expectations, it would look like any other house on the road. There just wouldn't be a requirement that there currently is under code that there be a property line separating those units. We further propose some language, and a tenant dwelling unit is a little more challenging to find analogs to in both nationally as well as in Virginia. I've looked at some of our nearest neighbors and a little further away, and none of them quite have a great fit for us. In many cases, because the tenant units or tenant dwelling units are either so circumscribed by limits to their size and number, or require additional steps through special use or conditional use permitting that may not necessarily be appropriate if developed the way that we have put forth here. So we propose a definition which is a dwelling unit associated with an agricultural use or a farm enterprise, which again would be like a wayside stand, located on the same lot, provided one occupant of each accessory dwelling unit is an employee of the property owner or the operator of the agricultural operation of the farm enterprise. We further suggest a condition for your consideration that tenant housing structures shall require a zoning permit, and in Orange County, zoning permits and building permits are applied for at the same time on the same form. A lot of farm buildings are exempted under state code from needing a building permit. So what we propose for your consideration is that a tenant dwelling unit get a zoning permit, and the zoning administrator would be basically looking at whether it meets the setbacks and the road frontage. So in other words, is it in a place on the property where it would normally be expected for it to be built? So then I provided a little information about Albemarle and Culpeper counties. The information from Culpeper includes all of the language where they relate their restrictions for tenant units. You'll see that they have a minimum parcel acreage of 15 acres. It can't be, no tenant unit can be greater than 75% of the size of the principal dwelling, which automatically excludes the agricultural operations that we discussed, you all discussed last time, where the primary use of the property is actually not a dwelling, but an agricultural use or farm enterprise. So that's what I bring forward for discussion.
I had a question on the definition of accessory, the accessory dwelling unit. I just want to clarify some language. It says a dwelling unit for use as a complete independent living facility. And I guess I'd like to make sure we know what complete independent is referred to. I mean, can it share a well? Can it share a septic? Can it share a garage? I mean, I don't want to get too far down in the weeds, but
Sure.
but if
We need to.
but I'm not sure that just having the terms complete and independent tell me enough if I were considering doing this when there's some important factors like, does it need its own well or its own, waste system or driveway or whatever. Where are you headed in thinking about this based on those matters?
Sure. No, it was not intended to be limiting to prevent shared water or disposal systems, and certainly shared driveway systems are routinely expected. So it was not intended to be limited that way. Independent in the sense that you're not going to have an accessory apartment that may not have a kitchen or other facilities that they are going to the main house for. So that becomes a household or a family unit dwelling.
So I guess the question is, should we expand the definition a little bit to alert whomever that it is just that it's independent from the standpoint of the living, the features of a living space, not necessarily all of the supporting items like wells and sewage and telephone poles and whatever else happens to be.
That has to be in there because otherwise it's going to be open to interpretation. And too much of that as it is.
Maybe I'm missing some of the subtleties here, but I'm looking at an accessory apartment, an accessory dwelling unit, and the only difference I can see is the 800 square footage and 2 bedrooms.
Yes, so that's correct.
Other than that,
I think you're right, yeah.
they're identical.
Yeah.
And it doesn't need to be attached in an apartment, it can be separate. Same thing with a dwelling unit.
Can share wells and sewage.
Yeah, I mean, it just, I'm just wondering if the definitions are a subtle difference, if that's gonna be understood with that limit. Because in terms, and in the case of the accessory apartment, you can have only one, where the dwelling unit, you might have multiples.
Well, with the dwelling unit, it's limited to one. In this proposal, it's limited to one.
Only one, except multiple detached accessory dwelling units on a bona fide farm, provided one occupant of each accessory dwelling is an employee of the property or part of farming. So you're basically saying that on a farm, I can have multiple accessory dwelling units.
Correct.
Which then, why do I need a separate definition for tenant housing?
Well, we further define tenant housing as an accessory, I mean, it's a subtype of the accessory dwelling.
Well, the point is that, why would I wanna go to, have to get a zoning permit for tenant housing when I can go to multiple accessory dwelling units?
Yeah.
Without a zoning permit.
Sure. So I'm going to speak to the first question you asked, because that was similar to what Mr. Johnson asked last time about why continue to have the accessory apartment. And we have cases, I looked at one today with, say, an acre or an acre and a quarter near town limits, zoned R1 or R2. It's divisible. It may have community water, it may have public water, but no sewer. And in that case, an 800 square foot accessory building, accessory apartment, we'll call it that. An accessory apartment may be completely appropriate for that, but it's really indivisible. That property can't be split into two parcels in a way that it would have to be able to meet the definition of accessory dwelling unit here. Likewise, just down the road, there's a 20-acre parcel, has one home on it. They're interested in putting a second home on it. They don't want to be limited to 800 square feet. They also have difficulty dividing their parcel because they have minimal road frontage, but they have just enough where they could really create two parcels. But they don't really want to create two parcels. They want to have two family homes on the family property. So that's a distinction that can be made there. But yes, tenant units or tenant dwelling units are really a subset of accessory dwelling units. You're correct.
Which means that if I wanted to avoid a zoning permit, I can just, because I still need to meet all the setback requirements, et cetera, for a dwelling unit.
Sure. I'm sorry, and I should make clear. All buildings in Orange County require zoning permits if it's not a structure, if it's a structure getting a building permit. We have farm buildings that don't get building permits, they likewise get no zoning permit. So what this would do would establish the requirement for a zoning permit for tenant.
So why do we specifically say it on a tenant housing and we don't say it on dwelling units?
It's stated in the front matter of the code.
I mean, I think I agree with Lee from the step, but we have three things that we're juggling here and the distinction, I mean, I'm not certain we couldn't take care of it as a single permitted use rather than slice this. We're sort of torturing ourselves a little bit.
That's what when we start getting into these multiple definitions and things like that, and the possibility of cross connect between the two, or people, you know.
And the only advantage
I'm back to the KISS symbol and KISS principle.
It seems to me the only advantage in creating this dwelling unit is that at some point, sometime, theoretically, the owner could subdivide that off and have it be an independent unit. But I think that's the only sort of fundamental difference. Is it not? I mean, unless I missed.
Well, it's not, well, the size.
Well, the size, of course, but we can fix that.
I mean, I'm not sure because, you know, we're like six blind men describing an elephant here, but I think where Josh is coming from, and I did ask a question about this last time, is we're changing the rules to allow some things we don't now allow. But if we get rid of what we currently have, then there's going to be people who currently could do stuff who would not be able to do it under the new rules.
That's right. I am trying, if I may, I am trying to keep it as simple as possible. So I try to use a light hand. I know there are three things I brought into. We added a third, which was the tenant housing for agriculture, which I believe makes sense. There aren't great models for it. As I said, most of the models from other localities are more restrictive and more confining in a way that I don't think is appropriate. We know there are agricultural tenant units in Orange County today. And so this is a way to give them some guidance on what it is we expect for them, which is to be set back from the property boundaries the way that other things are in the district. So that's how I got to 3.
Well, I don't have an emotional commitment one way or the other on this. I'm just concerned about what happens downstream when we get different interpretations from the people who read this versus you who have to make a decision on it.
Well, I think we need to be clear about about what we're doing, but I do understand how we've wound up with three different terms rather than one or two.
And I think 3 I'm okay with the three as long as that we, as clearly as possible, differentiate the requirements among the three.
If you get somebody coming in with an accessory dwelling unit that has, at some point, you have to look at the adequacy of the well, the adequacy of the septic system. All of those show up as a part of getting a permit.
Correct. If I may, Mr. Crozier, the whole section of for use as a complete independent living facility is language I borrowed from somewhere else. Quite frankly, it's similar to the standalone unit. It's, people sort of generally might interpret that one way or the other, but if we take that out, a dwelling unit located on the same lot as a principal detached single-family dwelling unit, I think is a definition of that term that makes sense as well. I don't think that qualifier, I have to ask our attorney, and you all to discuss it further, but I don't think that qualifying language is necessary to define the term.
You're really building a second house.
That's right.
But the one question I have, accessory apartment says, under the language, completely independent standalone dwelling, unit located on the same lot.
There are many existing accessory apartments that are a part structurally of the main dwelling. So what we would be doing is saying you can no longer have these existing. Does that make sense to anybody else?
I think we're keeping those under the accessory apartment section.
Yeah, Mr. Crozier, the term detached and the term detached is really what is operative there. An accessory apartment, it is, we talked about accessory apartment.
So standalone.
Well, yes, sir, I understand. So let's say you come into the basement and it has a standalone entrance, essentially. It has an independent access point. It's a standalone is the term that I think is difficult. Because normally what we would say
Yeah, I
is,
know it is.
yeah, well, that's what's in our code, and we're looking to.
Maybe we should look at redefining that, because it's not standalone, especially when you have a structure that has its own entrance. However, it is interconnected to the rest of the house through another doorway.
Same hot water heater.
Same everything.
That is a great point.
So maybe we need to go back and look at a few of these little tweaks before we do anything.
It does say completely standalone
Right.
on the same lot.
As the other dwelling.
Yeah, and maybe in the dwelling, so it's,
When I think of an apartment, I actually think of one that's attached to the main house as opposed to a separate one.
All right, given this, I think we found a few things we still need to adjust on here. Mr. Marshall, Mr. White?
We will never get to a point when there are not a few things to.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you, but I'm very, very troubled by this language because it will, and that's part of the problem, it will be interpreted. And when it's interpreted, it's going to have an adverse effect on existing structures.
is the gist of the clarification that I'm hearing, that we want to make sure we tweak the language on this standalone and make it clear that utility and transportation systems can be shared, for example, is that, I mean, that's.
That, and then on that accessory apartment, I can tell you right now, a real estate agent that's gonna throw flags up when they go to sell a house. They're going to go in and they,
Don't meet
and appraisers are going to say, that's not an apartment, it's part of the main house.
We could add some grandfathering language if you think that would be beneficial to make it clear that
existing attached units.
I don't have a problem with when you don't talk to
Wait a
the
minute,
department.
I don't think we should be talking about attached units at all. That's not what that's not what this is all about detached.
Right, and that's what concerns me is we're now removing the attached allowance here. Is there just some way to?
Well, do we need it? If you're saying I'm going to add onto my house, I'm gonna add 2 more bedrooms and a kitchen, does that fall under this category? It's just enlarging my house.
So we have wet bars and we have food preparation areas and we have things that are normally part of the main dwelling. But
Or you could add that, I mean, house next door to me basically had two apartments in the same building.
Right, all I don't
I
want
would
to
say,
penalize.
I would say we need to, I don't entirely understand what Jim is saying, but to the extent that this language is going to create some issue about what somebody's doing in their house, in terms of whether they've got an apartment in the basement or whatever, that's not the whole idea of this. So to the extent we need to go in and tweak some language or, it is standalone. I don't know how a basement could be standalone. I mean, it's, so maybe we need to go in and redefine what standalone means.
What I was gonna say is I need to check the building code because it also says the same thing. It has to be demising between the areas of food preparation for fire safety. But the ability to come and go independently is what makes it essentially standalone. It does not stand alone and it's standing on the ground. That is confusing. But essentially, if you come and go independently, then that dwelling unit operates independent of the rest of the house, even if they have the same water and.
All right, let's work on this and bring it back. Can we bring it back to the next meeting, work session beforehand?
We have a work session scheduled for the next meeting with the Fire Chiefs Association and the grandfather clause for private road standards.
Okay.
So what are you gonna do about that?
For 4 o'clock, we can shift
Let's start the
upward.
work session at midnight the night before.
That sounds like an excellent idea. Let's do it 30 minutes earlier.
Okay,
And
3:30,
We can
and
get
have this
this
one on there as well.
taken care of, yes. We don't want to leave it hanging out there. It's not a lot, but there's a couple of very sticky points.
Well, I think we have to decide is, this, the one that's now called the accessory apartment, we need to decide, does that have to be attached to the main dwelling or it absolutely cannot be? It's not, I think we have both situations.
Exactly.
One's an addition and one's a separate house. We need to say that if that's what we need.
So you and Jim need to be a subcommittee to work on this job.
No, you don't take one Jim.
That's what I said, you and Jim. I'm not saying which Jim is Jim in this case.
I would suggest you do what you did this time is draft, some tweaks to some of these definitions and let us take a look at it.
Send them out in advance, too,
Sure,
as you're working on it.
sure. So I would say on the accessory apartment term, we didn't change anything.
I know.
So the idea was to try to be careful there and not change anything. The garage apartment, is a great example. You can have an attached garage with an apartment above it, and it's attached to the building, and you have a detached garage with an apartment above it, and it's a detached building.
And I'm concerned that we will never list all the possibilities, but I'm thinking that we might need to list some of the possibilities.
Okay.
It could be attached through a garage, it might be part of a garage, it might be standalone. It can still be only 800 square feet.
I think what I'm also hearing is that we use a term standalone that is not commonly understood. And so we either need to define the term standalone or we need to be careful not to use that term.
That's correct.
Okay.
And independent and other terms
Nice
like
summation.
that.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Willis.
Thank you.
No,
Okay, good. All right. Now, we're still on live feed, correct, Alice?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's time. Call the Board of Supervisors meeting to order. If everyone please join me in the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any changes to the agenda that anyone has, any deletions or additions? I entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right. Next is special presentations and appearances. The business spotlight, Julie Mullins, owner of Trestores.
Hi.
Hi, come on up to the podium here and tell us about yourself and your business.
Hi guys, my name is Julie Mullins. I am the new business owner of Trestores, which is an antique and gift shop in Gordonsville, Main Street. I've been operating the business for about 2 weeks and 2 days to be exact, so far, and it's been a really pleasant experience so far. I was born and raised in Gordonsville and went to school here in Orange, and coming back recently to Virginia and being a part of the community in Gordonsville, I have to say it's changed drastically in the past 15 years since I was younger, growing up in the area. I think that a lot of time and a lot of work has gone into the detail of making Gordonsville the way that it is, as well as Orange County. It's bringing a lot of tourism that I never expected when I was younger to expect such a thing. Today, as a new business owner, I'm really pleasantly surprised that I could come back and build a business and make something of myself here in the community that I grew up with. My mission is to partner with a lot of local companies within the Orange and Gordonsville area so that I can network and bring more focus to social networking through the business and bringing a more communion type atmosphere to our customers. So when you walk into Trestores, you're going to see antiques, upcycled furniture, but you're also going to see a lot of items from local vendors and local artisans in the nearby counties that are in Virginia. And I think that it's been a really pleasant experience so far to partner with so many small businesses within the community that are also, like me, eager to continue sharing the experience with the customer as a group and not just a singular business. So I hope that you guys can stop by one day if possible.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Quick question,
Yes,
is
sir.
anyone else in your family in business in Orange County?
Yes, my mother, Sheila Hoffman,
Oh,
back
okay.
there. Some of you might know. Yeah, so she's been a great connection because she kind of knows everybody, it seems.
So you're a second generation business owner?
I am, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next is Senator Reeves. If you would come forward, have a presentation. Mrs. Goodwin is here.
Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it's great to see you all, and I'm just absolutely thrilled that you all go through the same thing I do, making sausage. It's just wonderful for you all to figure out all these things we throw to you and what we do with them. Now I'm gonna throw one of those squirrels in there and watch you deal with that for a year. But you know, it's a sad occasion that I'm here, but it's also a joyous occasion, right? Because we get to celebrate the life of a wonderful man and a servant here in Orange County. So, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, I'm going to present a Senate joint resolution that was signed and voted on by the General Assembly and was the pleasure of the chairman.
Yes, Senator Reeves, could both you and Mrs. Goodwin move over there so that Michelle can get a good picture?
Oh, okay. Right here? What do you want?
Right here.
So we're doing the news and the weather. Do I got to do that?
She's got you beat on it, so.
Well, the best thing I can do, because I'll get emotional, because I just love Teal when we were working together on stuff. So I'm just going to kind of read the resolution and get through it, and that way I won't be a crybaby on TV too. So this says, Senate of Virginia, Senate Joint Resolution number 318, celebrating the life of Stephen Teal Goodwin. Patrons are myself, Bell, Boysko, Howe, and Peak out of the Senate. Delegate Adams, Cole, Coiner, Davis, Delaney, Fowler, Freitas, Heretic, Hope, Corey, Munden, King, Rasul, Reed, Simons, Ware, Weber, and Wiley. It was agreed to by the Senate on January 21st, 2021, and agreed to by the House of Delegates by January 25th. It says, whereas Stephen Teal Goodwin, a member of the Orange County Board of Supervisors who worked diligently to strengthen and enhance the community, died on December 30th, 2020. And whereas born in Richmond, Teal Goodwin could trace his family lineage in the Commonwealth back to 1640, when James Goodwin, who later represented Dordt County in the House of Burgess, arrived at Jamestown. And whereas Teal Goodwin grew up in Orange, where he attended Grimes Memorial School, he subsequently graduated from Woodbury Forest School and studied at the College of William and Mary before earning a bachelor's degree from Mary Washington College. And whereas Teal Goodwin began his career with his family business, Goodwin Brothers Lumber Company, and had risen to the position of manager when the company was sold 13 years later in 1990. And whereas Teal Goodwin subsequently joined the sales department of Union Corrugated Company, then became general manager of the plant, where he ultimately retired after 29 years of service. And he wasn't done yet. Whereas his desires to be further of service, Teal Goodwin ran for and was elected to the Orange County Board of Supervisors in 2008 and served the community in that capacity at the time of his passing. And whereas respected by his peers in local government, Teal Goodwin served as chair and vice chair of the Orange County Board of Supervisors for 8 years. During his tenure, he helped create a new public safety center, expand broadband internet service throughout the county, and work with the Orange Downtown Alliance to support small businesses. And whereas Teal Goodwin was a trusted mentor and devoted friend to many in Orange County, to include myself, and even during an 8-year battle with colon cancer, he worked to enhance community life and brought joy to others with his luminous sense of humor. And whereas Teal Goodwin will fondly be remembered and greatly missed by his wife Linda, his son Spencer, and numerous other family members and friends, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate and the House of Delegates concurring that the General Assembly hereby note with great sadness of the loss of Stephen Teal Goodwin, a consummate public servant in Orange County. And be it resolved further that the clerk of the Senate prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to the family of Stephen Teal Goodwin as an expression of the General Assembly's respect for his memory. Signed, Susan Clark Shar, Clerk of the Senate.
Thank you so much, Senator Reeves. Thank you.
Can I get a hug? God dog it. Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
The floor is yours.
Well, I just wanted to say that Teal loved all of you guys, and he thought so much of Orange County and wouldn't have done it any other way. But we really miss him, and I am speechless that he still is being talked about and thought of in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Next is the consent agenda.
Move we approve?
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimously. Next is new business, purchase of a front loader truck for the landfill. Amanda.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Find the hardest things.
It's a big truck.
What did they do with the old one? Wear it out?
Well, this is part of the, recycle. Here we go. Part of the systematic replacement cycle.
Not recycle.
So they don't really
but
need it.
Replacement cycle, right?
Yes,
Okay.
replacement. Which has been budgeted in the FY22 capital budget. After much review of various trucks and pricing components, staff wishes to proceed the purchase of a heel half-pack front loader truck from Mid-Atlantic Waste Systems, utilizing a cooperative contract with Sourcewell funding in the amount of $284,750 has been budgeted in project line L1001 by a lease purchase. And a front loader truck looks like that.
Is there a reason it's only a half pack instead of a full pack?
Yeah. But we use Mid-Atlantic for our roll-off trucks and front loader trucks, equipment like that, through cooperative contracts.
Do we currently have 2 front loaders or just?
2 and 2, 2 front loaders, 2 roll-offs.
Okay.
We're gonna,
One is old and.
costing us money.
Yeah, okay.
What's the life cycle of one of these trucks?
Right now, we're doing 5 years for the front loads and 7 years for the roll-offs. That's the new replacement cycle.
And that's the reason for the lease, because of such short time frame.
Yes.
It's much
I
better
don't
to
figure-
lease it versus owning it or purchasing right out,
Correct.
because you're turning them over there.
And I know over the past couple of years, we had some times that we didn't have any truck available.
Correct.
Because one had some warranty issues and the other one was just broken.
That's been a recurring situation.
Yes, yes, it is.
They haven't come up with a truck yet that won't break down.
I know.
They just need that and stuff to make it break down more often.
Exactly, they put more computers on. All right, any other questions? And
Motion to approve.
Second.
all in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you, Amanda and Aaron. Yeah, it was still up there, they're not that old. All right, I see no old business, no Department Director Constitutional Officer reports. County Attorney's report, Mr. West.
No report, Mr. Chair.
Okay. County Administrator.
Just a short update, previous board meeting, I mentioned a property owner in Orange. Now I'm changing my address, so I'm actually a resident of Orange County.
So are you and Mr. Frame going to be carpooling to the meetings?
That's our plan. I'm hoping he'll drive and I can just relax and get my thoughts together.
I'm coming in at 7 in the morning.
Not happening, is it?
Well, very good. Welcome to the county as a county resident.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We do appreciate your tax dollars, and I'm sure Lake of the Woods appreciates you as well.
I'm hopeful that the county will benefit from my wife's excellent services as an elementary educator. That's the real benefit to the county.
Absolutely. Very good, very good. Right, thank you, sir. All right, board comment. Mr. Marshall, why don't we start down at your end this evening?
No comments this week.
Okay. Mr. White?
No comment.
Mr. Frame?
Marty Caldwell has been out looking at various businesses to see how many of them are willing to hire people who are coming out of prison and incarceration, and seeing if we can't help with our reentry program.
Very good. On that note, the jail authority is working to get all 5 jurisdictions on the same sheet of paper on the reentry programs.
Okay.
Because we've got different ones and the superintendent is trying to get all 5 jurisdictions to work together. So, very good, sir. Anything else? Mr. Johnson?
Over the past couple of weeks, it's been very hot.
And you have survived, and very
So
well.
far, so.
Yes, very good. Well, I do want to recognize one of our TV actors, Mr. Hildebrand. He and Mrs. Straub did a YouTube video. And he did an excellent job explaining our new facility. So I wanted to say thank you, Mr. Hildebrand.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And I must say, I never saw your hands.
Pardon?
I never saw your hands the whole time.
Should I talk with my hand?
No, I just noticed that as you were doing your video. So,
Maybe you were handcuffed behind you or something.
well, I think that's exactly what you were. So. All right.
I haven't seen that video yet, so I have something to look forward to.
Stellar performance, stellar performance.
Informational items. And then from there, appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. Does anyone have anything?
Allison, if you could, if you all could check with the three people,
Or be on,
yeah, and see if.
of course.
I noticed there were several vacancies, and all of a sudden my screen jumped ahead of me, on the Social Services Advisory Board. I know we transitioned that a few years back from a governing board in effect to an advisory board is.
And trying to find a specific role for the members of the advisory board has been challenging, I could say.
Well, I guess my concern is that the organization has sort of reconstituted itself and has, strong leadership at several levels from Ted on down, strong participation from this board directly through you. I'm not against advisory boards, but I am against asking people to volunteer for a position that doesn't accomplish anything. Well, waste their time, and I'm not in a position to judge that, but I'm concerned.
Well, no, and that's a legitimate concern. In fact, the recent resignation was based on the fact that there wasn't any specific activity. I've looked on some of the, I've gone to meeting minutes of other social services boards trying to find something to do. And I may try to brainstorm with Ted here, trying to find something, how do we do that? And the role is trying to put this out into the community, but how that happens just doesn't seem to gel. We are required to have one. But it just seems until we find something for it to do that's, Any thoughts?
Well, I think one of the particular challenges is if you think about the board as a sort of a customer service advocate or outreach to our served population, what can we do better? How have we served you? What else could we be doing? For the last year and a half, we've been telling people don't talk to people, so the board itself really couldn't even do that work. So I think it's just sort of the inherent challenge of finding a mission on top of don't talk to people because we're in quarantine. So it's probably an appropriate time to think along the lines that you're suggesting and try to create some specific outreach efforts for them.
We have had, the other thing is the state is planning to come down and give a briefing to the advisory board. But that thing has been deferred and deferred and deferred, such that I was hoping that might give us some indications of where to go. But since I've only got 2 members now, I'm not ready to bring them in to talk. I may try to have them come down and just talk to Crystal and myself and you and see what it is we might consider for a mission.
The only thought I've had is that I saw this another time in another setting, and they reconstituted the board to bring in people that had either subject matter expertise or some type of involvement in the process, as opposed to a citizen that wasn't necessarily involved in the specific subject. It could be somebody from the court system, for example, or the sheriff's office, or the health department, or somebody with at least a link professionally, such that the advice is not general advice, but it could be advice that truly assists enhancements to the process or whatever.
So somebody like the triad officer.
Or something, just sort of a rethinking of what the advisory board makeup looks like, moving from citizens to other possibilities.
Well, Keith and I have representatives on there, and I think I just hear a bunch of excuses here for the 3 of you. You don't have anybody on there. I think you all need to just up your game a little bit. In all seriousness, I would only, the only pushback I would have against that, Jim, is that people who are already involved in the process are gonna tend to go along to get along. This is what we have to do and do that. And I served with one of the teams way back when, and we all got in the room and everybody nodded and said, yeah, that's what we need to do. And I don't know why we met, because it really didn't accomplish a lot. One thing that having just plain old citizen on there does is it kind of gives you that person who's got more of the everyday citizen's viewpoint and can, my appointee is gonna let me know if she doesn't like something that's going on. She's gonna make me aware of it very quickly. So I understand what you're saying, but I also kind of like the idea of having somebody who's not necessarily a provider or a member of law enforcement or something like that, who's already sort of involved.
And I guess I would really prefer to see sort of a mix. There may be teachers that are involved in some way in the school system that could bring something in an advisory capacity. What I was really talking about was getting away from one appointment per district and going to a different kind of a makeup that could include some citizen participation, obviously, but it might be, a 7-member board that includes others.
Yeah,
I would say just rethink it.
My past appointees have had experience in that kind of work. But there was nothing particularly for them to do. And I mean, we would have comments and Crystal would be saying, this is what we're doing. And you get comments and stuff like that, but it really wasn't, okay, hey, I know of a problem out here in this community that needs to be addressed. It's the kind of thing that we're really looking for.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think almost kind of like an ombudsman role of.
So back to the original suggestion of having Ted, Lee, and Crystal get together and
I think that's
come up
as
with
good
something, and then we can look for citizens that might be more.
And I'll have Crystal get a hold of the state rep and ask them to come down and discuss with us what different things can they do.
Yeah, kind of develop a portfolio so that they.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, there's actually in the state code 5 things they're supposed to do that I don't know if we're doing. To interest themselves in all matters pertaining to public assistance and social services needed by the people. So they basically have the authority to inject themselves into finding out, to monitor the formulation and implementation of public assistance and social service programs. So again, that's an ombudsman monitoring type of role. Meet with the local government official who constitutes the board, which is Ted, at least 4 times a year. So they technically, once a quarter, should be meeting. Make annual reports to the governing body, along at the same time the budget presentations are made, and give you other reports and advice as they deem appropriate. So those are 5 things actually in state code that they're delegated with. So if they did those 5 things, it would be kind of busy. But they may need some help to get moving in that direction.
So in other words, back to your statement, Mr. Johnson, we need to get off our rear ends and appoint some people.
All right. I wasn't about to do another reappointment after a resignation, so I've got something for them to do.
All right, very good. Any appointments at this time? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to the calendar.
Mr. Chairman, we do need to add that one item for scheduling of the public hearing for Redfish Solar.
Okay.
First available date would be your August 10th meeting.
And so be it, August 10th.
I'll be here before you know.
Yes, it will. Any other calendar items? If not, Mr. Watson, could you please read the language?
All right. Whereas the Board of Supervisors of Orange County desires to discuss in closed meeting the following matters. Discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body concerning community development. Discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose or the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position, negotiating strategy of the public body concerning the courthouse and the schools. Consultation with legal counsel pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body concerning RSA litigation and the S-Power litigation. Consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by the public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel concerning zoning issues and solar farms. And whereas pursuant to sections 2.2, 37, 11, A1, A3, A7, and A8 of the Code of Virginia, such discussions may occur in closed meeting. Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Orange County does hereby authorize discussion of the aforestated matters in closed meeting. Need that as a motion.
I have a question first. Is that solar farms or solar facilities?
I'm sorry. Solar industrial facilities, I would say. My mistake.
Motion?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are now in closed.
Cole, can you please pause the live stream?
Oh, is it just you pressing on?
Cool.
Okay, good.
Are you ready?
There we go.
Y'all are good to go.
Thank you. To the best of your knowledge, were the only matters discussed in the closed meeting public business matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements, and that only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting. Mr. Crozier?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Free?
Aye.
Mr. White?
Aye.
And Mr. Marshall?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Y'all quick.